Ah, it's so loud. So loud. Keep on forgetting. Well, that's not gonna be loud for everyone. YouTube, why do you have to reset my... What's funny is I probably reset the audio and I just forgot at some point. Oopsie. I'm awake, I think. Hello, everyone. Welcome. It's Monday. I'm gonna do... I'm gonna do stuff. I'm gonna do some stuff. Time to work on this. And honestly, I was gonna fix one. I think I was gonna fix one thing, and then I think I'm good to start. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm your host, Isaac MCCanary, and it's time to work on art. I was gonna fix this. What's funny is I originally made this an ear, like he's looking away, but weirdly enough, I kind of like that it turned into an eye, so I might actually redesign it as an eye. I think it makes more sense as an eye. But we're going to work. We're going to work on this bit today. I was pretty much finished with this part last time. I just need to add some more details. And then I was pretty much ready to start doing line work. I definitely want to do something with this where he's looking back. I don't know. I had him looking away, and I actually think him looking back would be more fun. Figure out how I'm going to do it. Kind of a weird angle. There. There. The hard part will be getting this to go where I need it to. Yeah, I made pretty good progress in making a really good progress in a lot of things, honestly. Learning a videos, getting closer to finished. I'm about halfway through my final pass on it. I got, I think, the biggest parts of it done. There's a big portion, there was, I ended up doing way more drawing for that project than I expected. Though none of the drawings felt like they took all that much time, which is nice, but I just ended up doing a lot more artwork for it than I expected. Even outside of the artwork I've already done. Like, thinking about it, I was not expecting to work on that. I wasn't expecting to make that many drawings, to be honest. I thought I would just be, doing the two drawings that I did. Then I had to do two more because I decided to be ambitious about something, as usual, and do something different that I probably didn't even really need to do. But, eh, that was part of the fun for me. And this, I just need to start on the line work, I think. There's not too much more. There's not too much more I can do with this other than start the line work. Maybe I'll have to say Happy Halloween and Chiller across the top. Wait, no, that's where my... Fuck. I'll figure it out. I might put Happy Halloween somewhere, but that has to definitely stay there. Alright, start on the line work. My favorite part. I mean, still on the fence whether or not I want to do true line work for this or not. I feel like I lean a lot on line work, but that's just because line work is one of my major disciplines. I've done a lot of line work. Line work is something I've done a lot of. It's hard for me to give up. Something I've done very, very well. It does make me wonder if I should and could get into comic booking. I've looked into it a couple times. Don't know. My whole thing is comic booking is not really the medium I'm stewed in as much as pretty much any other medium. Didn't really grow up with comic books. Just wasn't a comic book kid, I guess. No problem with them, and I mean I like comic book heroes, but I didn't even really read the comic books that many of those heroes are from, so that said, line art is something that I've done a lot, and it's something that I enjoy to do a lot. Do that. Give it a little dollop. Make it a melty candle. Now the flame, I don't think I want to give a line. Flame we'll do different. We'll render that. There's one thing that I'm still not great at is kind of like more painting. Not very good at painting still. I have to have a very discreet, like, lines are just too important for me. I don't know why I get so stuck on lines. Like if something isn't made doesn't have lines or isn't composed of lines, I get very stuck on it. You know? It's me. I'm excited for tonight. I'm really, really looking forward to playing the hill. Playing Quiet Hill. Quiet Mound. I mean, I'm no longer as nervous as I think I was originally, which helps. I definitely was nervous for a while there, but I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. Ooh, do I put... Ooh, that's fair. I didn't think about that. I'll think about, essentially, I hadn't considered whether or not I wanted to give myself the scared eyes or not. I Why that line's so thick? I don't know why that line's so thin. I didn't think my pressure was working because it was like, I can't do tapers, or at least it doesn't seem to want to do tapers. Maybe I'm just pressing too hard, I don't know. I don't know. Good start. I don't think I'm going to individually draw each one here. Well, time to decide if I make an individual. Because, like, it would make it easier if I need to make an adjustment, but the way that I have it drafted right now, I don't think I need to make adjustments. I have it all spaced the way that I want it to. Time to make a risk. I'm gonna make a risk. Probably fine. Go. Because I don't know. Maybe I will just... I feel like I've got all the spacing and everything down. Just gotta line it all in, which... Now I know the ruler. I might try to freehand it without having to use the ruler, but... I'll probably use... I'll probably use the ruler. Just because it's nice to use. Who would have thought, when you want to make a straight line, you have to use a thing that you can use to make straight lines. Yeah. Believe it or not, it works very well. Want to make a circle, you should probably use the thing that is very good at making circles. Here we go. It's space. He's not focused today. Maybe. We'll see. Mike slept a little bit too well. My sleeping balance is weird. I either can't sleep to save my life, or I sleep so hard that I'm like, I don't want to move. Definitely today. I was very much in the camp of, I don't want to move. Morning, Creeper. Maybe. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. I haven't decided yet. I don't know where I'd put one, but maybe I will. I like that I made this this draft, and yet I'm like looking at it and I'm like, why did I draw that there? That's my least favorite meism whenever I draw, is drawing something and being like, I'll fix it later, and then looking at it and being like, why did I draw it like this? As though if I don't realize I'm not gonna look at this for like a week. Oopsie. I don't know why I do that so often. Funny is, okay, so these are all still straight line here. Isaac's face is made of so many lines. Why does Isaac's face have so many lines on it? There we go. Yeah, that should be that way. At least want to get this detail. I don't think I'm gonna do every single detail on Isaac's head because there's so many, but I should do at least this one. There we go. I like the way that looks. And there's this weird doohickey here. We'll put that there. It's like there-ish. And then they have like this here. Whoever designed the helmets in the setting of Dead Space needs to be checked for amazing design as far as weird, but the I don't think the utility of these hats is very good. I don't even know how you would grab these hats. I don't think you can. They're not really helmets. They just kind of wrap around the head, right? They just kind of form. There we go. Yeah, that looks like Isaac's head. That looks like my head. My head is made out of a series of knives. Then, I mean, I guess I can do this. There's like a series of bars. There's like a series of bars that go across the face. Like here-ish. Right there-ish. Guess I can add those. There's just a lot of them. Very weird. Honestly, I don't know what these bars are for. Does that look right? Yeah, I guess that does look right. It does need those bars. It does need those bars. Yeah, that looks correct. I'm mainly just gonna kind of go slow on this because I don't wanna. I don't want to. I don't want to work too hard on it. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll do ish. That way it keeps the shape. I can do math. If there's 8 bars, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need to draw 7 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow. Figured out something I had never considered before. I don't know why. I had never considered that before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hmm. Never thought to do that. I don't know why I never did. I was thinking about the objects, not the lines, and honestly, it's easier to remember the lines if I'm drawing lines. But it looks bad. Hmm. Get your shoulder bacons. How about that? That's a little bit better. Hmm. Sometimes it's hard to figure out a shape. Exactly. Maybe if I just... Yeah, that would probably help. Maybe I should follow my guide. What I made it for. Is what I made it for. There we go. Except I did it wrong. No. I believe I believe this is done Witch Horror. What's funny is if because I did this a few years ago. I haven't done this year, but every once in a while for my Halloween season, I'll go back and there's on YouTube a pretty good number of audiobook recordings that are older for Lovecraft audiobooks that I do recommend. They're good. They've got a good sense of tone to them because the reader does a really good job of. The reader has a very good voice, and it's this voice That's why I'm like, I think this is the Dunwich Horror, even. I think. That or it's just some other piece of horror media that this person has an audiobook VA for, which is just neat. He's got a very good voice for it. He does a good job. That there, just in case. I don't think I need too many more details, or else I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind. Try to add more to Isaac. There we go. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, that'll make me happy. Otherwise, I do that and a super thin line here to give it a little bit of dimension. I don't even know if I want to do that. Yeah, let's get rid of that line. Start on Lester. My Elster. God damn it, every time. What's awful about me mixing up keep on saying Lester is like I even in my brain I'm like I'm gonna call her Elster. I'm gonna call her Elster. I mean to call her Elster. Her name is Elster, damn it. Her name is Elster, not anything else. Go ahead and outline it for now, and I have some ideas on how I'm going to do her eyes different. Because I've like given her a different kind of eye compared to everyone else in this image, which is good because she's got special eyes. Like a whole thing is that she has eyes. Not that the eyes themselves are special, but her eyes are special. There we go. Uncertain eyebrows. I like that I never give my character eyebrows. I don't know where they would go. I don't know how they would look, honestly. I don't really have. I mean, I have eyebrows. I do have eyebrows. I just don't know where they would go. My character looks good without eyebrows. I really need something if I already look good without it. All right. I really like Elster's design, though. Very good. Still don't know what the whole thing is, well, what bugs me is, like, it makes sense that, again, also, hi, Silos. Some really, are those, they look like @ signs, but they also look like snakes. Where did the @ sign originate from? I actually got criticized in class once, I remember, something where I used the at symbol as a shortcut, and then somebody was like, "You can't use that." And I was like, "Well, why not? It's called the at symbol." Little am I look at me being ahead of the times because the at is kind of important in modern conversation. Adding someone is a very I did that before adding was even a thing, I feel like. Or is it an amogus? Is it a little amogus? Good judgment on something else. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. Your headphones are on now? Ah, now you can hear me. What is that symbol? Was that an at symbol? Is it a little Among Us? I don't know what that is. I know, so you being sus right now? Pumpkin. Pumpkin. I do it then. Trying to decide if I draw pumpkin that way or not. How's that look? Here? In there? Pumpkin. I like the little pumpkin. He looks good. The line art on this is good. It's funny. I tried to make the Dead Space Isaac look like, cutesy, and I think I just need to make his head a little bit bigger. I think I just need to literally take his head and make it a little bit bigger, but he definitely still looks like here and here's Dead Space and there's Dead Space. I have an idea. I have a strange idea to fix that. Parkour civilization, but every time that someone says parkour, you take a shot. You would die. Hope that translates as an eyeball. You don't really ever see. You don't see Isaac's eyes, so. I think that makes sense. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I like that. Honestly, I like this part. Since I already did my drafting, I like this part of the drawing because I just have to essentially draw over it. so I don't really have to think that hard. Just fix the parts that I think are really broken, but otherwise I just have to kind of like go with the flow. This should be done. This should be done by next week. I'm probably going to focus on line art and start the rendering today, and then depending on how far I get on rendering today, I'll definitely finish it next week. And I think Spooky Month went pretty well this year, honestly. Halloween month has always been a good month for me and my friends. Usually. I'm just gonna say usually. We just end up always doing a bunch of stuff. Though in some ways, I had a lot of my month eaten up by something that wasn't spooky related, but it's fine. It was important. It's almost finished. I can frickin' smell it, man. If I get more than one day this week to work on it, I should be able to have it done by the end of this week, but we'll see. Part of my delay is I was having a bunch of issues in the last couple weeks, so my internet is going to try to fix its. They're gonna try to fix something tomorrow, maybe tonight. It is. They did say between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. for the 22nd, so that should be tonight. Please fix my internet. It's been bad. It's been really bad. Please. There's Ripley's flashlight with her little microphone dangle. Also, apparently I wasn't paying attention, but uh it's funny. I feel like last year I learned about this, that there was a sequel to No More Room in Hell coming out, and I forgot about it. And then I played No More Room in Hell, right? And somebody mentioned everybody ready for it, and was like, oh. And I looked it up, and guess what comes out tomorrow? Apparently, I don't know if they're. My only concern is I was looking into it, and I didn't realize this, and maybe it's a good thing, maybe it's not. It is a sequel, and it's being developed by the same guys who did Chivalry. That I didn't know. And I mean, gameplay wise, I think that's going to be great. I think it's going to be great. I just, we'll see. I don't know if I should, I'll put it this way. I don't know if I should buy it. Put it that way. Now, if they did make it free, that'd be incredible, but I don't expect them to. But also, I'm not gonna be like, oh no, this piece of media that was free for forever on the internet, suddenly that somebody wants to make an actual product out of it that the original didn't even have gross freeware bloat stuff about it. You know, like they just want to make it a genuine product. I could respect that. I could respect that. Depends on how much it is. But it's the guys who did Chivalry, so that's incredible. Because No More Room in Hell has been around for forever. Like, for a long time. It is not new. And I knew, like I said, I knew that they were making a sequel. I knew a sequel was on its way. I just didn't realize that it had that much production behind it. I thought it was just going to be the sequel to a janky game with a jankier sequel, you know? So, that's pretty neat. I like it's cool to hear when stuff can happen like that. Like I said, if they end up asking money for it, like, yeah, why not? The original was free. And it wasn't, you know, a freaking gotcha game. It wasn't a free to play game. It was just genuinely a free game. It was made to be free, and it was just a fun game that's somewhat. It's essentially just a standalone mod of every source game ever made, but it was its own source thing. So, and I mean, promotional material looks promising. It definitely looks a lot less janky. I'm not going to complain about that. Ooh. And another update for Stardew Valley. It's insane. I think Sean and Jackson were talking about how Stardew Valley is probably the game that's gotten the like most upkeep that we can think of. I'm not even gonna say the next closest. The other example that we think of is usually Shovel Knight, though Shovel Knight we think they're finally fully done with, which is fine. They've had like updates for the last 5 years. Like Shovel Knight's good. I've been meaning to play through it. I actually never finished my playthrough of Shovel Knight, so that might be something we could do. But I know it's good. I know it's really good. I know Delta Force had a quote unquote demo, but I don't know if it's a multiplayer demo or not, if they've reopened early access again. If they have, I might have to bug James to see if he can get it this time, since he wasn't able to get in on the last play test, which was a shame. Oh god. That's impressive too. Heck, I want to say like even Worms Armageddon, the old one, not the new one, the old one got like an update, like a patch, which is just neat. That's like bizarre in that case because they had like a more modern updated version and yet they still decided to do that. That feels like it's unheard of this day and age. I don't expect stuff like that. At least I don't. Called this guy Leon. Oh, James. He does kind of have Leon hair though. He has Leon-esque swoopy hair. Not to be like, is it Control Y or is it Control Shift Alt? Or Control Shift Z? You can never know for undo sometimes. Oh, that's cool. I mean, again, like, especially if you have like a hit like that. I'm not the biggest into Terraria, but I understand that it was a hit. Why would you not keep working on a game like that if it continues being popular to this day? So, again, credit where credit is due. Even if it isn't for me, like, if they're still working on it, they did something right. Like, that's the dream for a lot of devs, right? Is to just be able to keep having something like that support you while you work on other projects. Or even being allowed to just work on the same project like that and continue to improve it for your fan group, for your fan base, and the people who support you. I don't know if I would ever do that, and if I did, it would have to be the fucking one multiplayer project that I'd ever want to try to develop as a big passion project, but eh, multiplayer is kind of a tough cookie, and I don't know, I'd have to think of workarounds. Ooh, go rat mode. Hi, Comfy. Hello, Comfy. Everybody likes rat mode. Dude, we fed rats last night. It probably was a good idea. New bosses, bunch of items, a new mini biome, and developer mod support. Wait, they didn't have that before? I would have assumed that you could just given the nature of Terraria, that it would have had mod support, but Terraria ain't a new game. By no means is Terraria a new game. Hey, make the line hand. Hey, make the line hand. I don't know if I'll add, like, we also started Night in the Woods, but I don't know where I would add that. We also did a little bit of No More Room in Hell, though I might do the second game because I guess that's coming out soon, and I don't know if I'll do that. I'll see if it is free tomorrow. I might do it, but I mean, like, I still want to keep up with Heck Divers because there's new shit in Heck. Also, new stuff just dropped in Heck Divers, so I want to not on that either, though. It's already old. I'm just gonna be late on it at this point because that was like a few days ago that dropped. That there. Perfect. Perfect. Much like Minecraft, you had to run a quick installer, then you put in the mod folder, but now you have a separate launcher where you could just do that all within the game. Yeah! I mean, there's a certain point where if I get into game dev, I don't know if I would ever, depending on what the game is, I think some games you should make modding easier than others, but I definitely would not, I don't think, I can't think of an example where I would outright be like, no modding allowed. Like, even if I'm, let's say I make that multiplayer game, I think I would allow people to mod it with the stipulation that obviously you could only mod it in a private setting. Like, obviously you couldn't mod it in a public setting, and nothing. You can mitigate cheaters, and I would do everything to mitigate cheaters, but you're never gonna stop them. So, eh. But if it's like a game that especially a single player game, and you want to mod it, like I certainly wouldn't do anything to prevent people from modding a game if they really want to mod it. People are going to mod their games. That's just kind of the nature of the beast, I think. Like if you're into modding, you're gonna do it. You're just gonna do it. And I think there are some cases where, it can improve the experience, and there's some cases where doing it is probably detrimental and against the creative design, but people are gonna do it. You're not gonna stop people from modding. You're never gonna stop people from modding. People like to personalize. I like to personalize, frankly. Like if I can find a way to personalize an experience, I will, even if it is just aesthetically. I think I prefer aesthetic mods over anything. I don't think I'm the kind of person who likes to do like actually mechanical mods. That stuff makes me feel icky because it's like again, play the game the way the game was intended to be played. But like if it's just like aesthetic stuff, whatever. As long as it doesn't completely break the experience. And I think modding, again, in a multiplayer sense, should be at least limited. It should at least be limited. Limited or catered. Like, allow people to use user-made content, but, like, I don't know, curate it? I don't know. I heard some people say allegedly Minecraft is trying to make modding harder, so people are forced to buy from the marketplace. Yeah. Gross. Awful. Why do people gotta make everything awful? That, god damn it. That is that is user and consumer antagonistic and ugh. Like people aren't gonna mod your game, especially if you're a game about that. If you're like if you're a sandbox game, if you're a freeform game, if you're not a game with a story, if you're not a game with a narrative, if you're not a game with characters, people are gonna want to mod your game to make it more accessible to them. Mods inject a certain level of accessibility into an experience. But you know, I mean, you're not wrong. That wasn't supposed to sound condescending. That's just me being like, yeah, this makes me sad. That's my sad voice. That's what I sound when I'm sad. But yeah, like, I totally agree. Like, that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. Like, freaking, just let him be, guys. Just let him be, guys. Uh huh. As a Bedrock player, the marketplace sucks. Most consoles probably can't even run some of the larger add-ons. Oof. Oof. Yeah. I mean, this is also its own kind of like its own kind of debate, right? Like it goes back and forth whether or not that kind of stuff, because I think people are more used to the norm that mods are like ancillary side stuff that people do that has that, you know, aren't necessarily discrete features of a game and are like modifications. So it's like understandable to be like some of these are genuine passions of work and game design. So like why shouldn't you be rewarded or encouraged to try to create a product even if it's a mod? But it's like it's like you know, there's a certain amount of whiffiness with that, I think. It's not like that isn't somebody's like hard-earned work. It's not like somebody just stole assets. Like a lot of mods are like built from the ground up, right? But also a lot of mods are not really anything at all. So it really is hard to judge with that kind of thing. That's good. Uh-huh. I mean, and to be fair, it gives an option for less tech savvy individuals, but it's also kind of like, eh, it feels more exploitative than it does like, hey, let's get everyone into something, right? Feels more like we know that they don't know how technology works, so we can use that to our advantage, and I don't like stuff like that. You shouldn't use somebody else's ignorance to your advantage no matter what, even if it's petty shit. Fucked up. Maybe I'm just too good of a person for this world. How dare I not want to take advantage of people? Certainly not want to. Get weirdly introspective. It's not that taking advantage of someone is something that is discreetly bad. However, I do try to avoid it at any cost, because, well, the irony is you're not taking advantage of something if there's a certain level of consent, right? Like, if the person knows stakes and goes, no, that's fine, and is willing to support whatever the behavior is, it's like, fine. But they don't know, that's fucked up. Anyways, get back on topic. What were we talking about? Wow, God, that's messed up too. And essentially, it sounds like, yeah, all the add-ons are just quote unquote sanctioned mods, which is always kind of messed up too, right? When a piece of medium, let's get back to the DLC horse, Bethesda and the DLC horse, like, ugh. No bueno. Oh, Gucci. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Don't you know we're a business? We have to make money and more money. I did get... I've been criticized for this in the past, but it's just something that's more of like... It's not that I don't understand how the world works and that this is like me saying this earnestly as a statement of being like, uh, how I want to live my life, because it's not like I'm naive. It's not like I'm like... It's more like an if only that it is a effort to live this way. Is I've openly stated that I don't want to make money. I don't want to make money because making money feels empty of anything. I don't want to make money. I can't eat money. Can't burn money. Can't do anything with money. I don't want to make money. Why would I just want to make more and more money? Especially if making more and more money doesn't mean that I actually make more and more of anything else. At least I'm mature enough to know that if that's my mindset, that essentially I just want to continually try to invest in things, which is probably a way more responsible thing than what seems to be the business concept of we just gotta make more money. And I'm sitting here like, I don't want to make more money. I just want to be able to continue to do the things I'm interested in. I think that's totally acceptable. But oftentimes people conflate that as is like, but you have to. And I'm like, but why? Think about it, but why do you have to? If you're not dead, what is more money gonna do for you? If it isn't also making things better. That's my point. I don't want to make more money if all I have is just more money. I've never understood that. Because it doesn't seem to make things better, it just makes the number bigger. It just makes a number bigger. That's what I see it as. It just makes a number bigger. Oh. Exactly. Yes. I mean, personally, I wished I didn't have to make any money at all. Let's be honest. Wish we could just live in a sort of like at least somewhat constant of understanding that even if that money is a thing that just kind of helps and isn't a requirement. I wish I didn't have to make money. Wish nobody had to make money. Wish we could just live, just have a bare minimum of live. But that's too much. Also, have a good lunch. Yeah. And that's why I always get like weirded out and uncomfortable about, you know, hearing about how jobs are and people and workplaces, and I'm just like, I don't know. There's a certain amount of just wanting everything to be just chiller. People live their goddamn lives. More money. If more money doesn't improve things, why do you want more money? Meh. I know, right? Yeah. Might as well call me communist for just wanting basic living without, you know. What's funny is it's like, I've always kind of thought this way. Like, it's not that nobody has basic living. Nobody does. You either don't work and don't get anything, or you do work and don't get any time to actually have the benefit of those said things. So, does anyone really live? Hot take. That's coming from me, kind of accepting a certain amount of workaholism that I've always had, trust me. Still is, like, frustrating, though. My life has been weird, just put it that way. I definitely know it ain't a laziness thing for me at this point. Pretty much anything I've done at this point, I definitely know I'm a hard worker regardless of what it is, no matter what anyone says. And until I can't pick up a pencil anymore, it'll always stay that way. I've just always thought money is stupid. It's a number. It's always been a number to me. And numbers don't matter to me. Numbers don't matter to me. Who gives a shit about numbers? I don't. That's a really good hand. Ooh, that's a really good hand. You know, I like this process that I've started doing more of, like, doing my draft in the sketchy work and then being able to, like, come back to it to be like, okay, this is what I'd like to do a little bit different. This is what I'd like to keep the same. Um, I mean, I've known about draft work forever, but it's just weird that I don't, it's not even that I didn't do it. I don't think I did a very good job with it. I would get stuck on it. I'd spend too much time on my drafting. I've gotten much better at my draft work. Much more proficient at it, that's for dang sure. I was also worried about making. Yeah, I'm gonna line that. Oh, that looks really good. Ooh, I was so worried. Never mind. Yeah, we're doing line work on the Because I thought about that. I was like, do I want to keep them creepy and kind of like not lined out? Because again, like I rely a lot on line work, so I didn't want to over rely on line work. But I'm gonna use line work on this because I just line work really allows me to flesh something out and clean it up and make sure that everything is the right shape and size. I don't know. And when I'm in like this process, I can like just really kind of zone out and then focus back up if I'm like, okay, I need to focus on how to fix this area because this area is weird. Like, it's funny, is the alien might have a lot of work I need to work on with it because it's got a lot of stuff like that. He's kind of weirdy shaped. No? The Xenomorph's gonna actually be kind of interesting because of his shapes. Made out of all sorts of shapes. Always loved how he has this permanent grimace. I love it. Thank you, Giger, for such a great design. Giger's art is freaking weird, man. I like Gurgi. Nature Gurgi. Makes good art. Look up Xenomorph. Make sure I'm getting the right details. Xenomorph. Really? Because oftentimes the Xenomorph like looks different depending on whatever piece of media he's in. He looks slightly different. Awful. Come on, man. I want to zoom this in. Ugh. Can I get a high resolution picture of a fucking Xenomorph, please? I need to be able to see what the hell it looks like. Why do all of these pictures kind of suck? Give me a better picture, please. Ooh, that's a good picture, actually. Can I? Yeah. You give me a nice zoom in, please? That's better. Yeah, there was. I thought so. Yeah. I had to look up. I did add isolation to it. That helped a lot. It is a very, very good design. Not yet. Not yet. I want to. Also, high time. It just got to streaming, so I'll see if I can find it online now. There's always a period of time where you can't find stuff like that, so I really want to watch it. It's pretty high on my list. I've really for a couple reasons actually, because when I heard about it, I was like, "Oh, the reason why we heard about it is cuz randomly out of nowhere, David was like, "Hey, you want to watch Alien in theaters?" And I was like, "Fuck yes, I do. That's like my favorite movie. That's my favorite horror movie of all time, and probably the main reason why I ever got into horror." Um, and when we were watching, that was the day that we the freaking theater did a oopsie and kind of screwed us, but it's fine. We still watch the movie, I guess. They just kind of fucked up. But when I haven't talked about that, really, I was like, oh, this is for a preview for a movie that I didn't know was coming out, and then I like remembered looking it up, who the director was, and it's the guy who did the Evil Dead remake with from 2015. No, what, 2019, 2018? When did that one come out? Evil Dead remake. 2013. Oh, I almost got there. And it was quite good. I really liked the Evil Dead remake. It's very, very, very fun. And it's quite good. But it's the same guy. It's the same guy. So it's like, oh, okay, if I'm gonna trust anyone to do Alien any justice, because God knows Alien has been done many disjustices in the course of its franchise work, it'd be him. And I've heard it's very good. I've heard it's very, very good. And I want to watch it, so. Alien is my favorite piece of horror media out there. And I think it's had a very mixed bag with reception and adaptation. We'll put it that way, as far as like that is concerned. For something that's so influential, I feel like it gets fumbled so horribly so often, even by its own creative origin. It is still not handled well. Though I'm a weirdo who liked Covenant. I did like Covenant. Apparently, I'm in the minority for liking Covenant, but eh. I liked it. I thought it was still good, even if it wasn't original. It's still good. It's okay. I I don't know. I get people's criticism of it being like, everybody was a fucking idiot in that movie. And I'm like, yeah, but I think that the whole new things in the movie are good. I like the Dead City. I like how creative some parts of that movie are, like stylistically and visually. And I like that it leans more in a direction away from just being, hey, let's put the alien in a movie again, and actually like did something. I don't know. And I've been told like, oh, hey, if you want that concept done better, just watch this. And I'm like, yeah, well, that's fair, but I've never seen that, and I still think that I appreciate anything that. Yeah, I still think that the movie itself did a fine job with it without me having that context. I don't know. I liked Covenant. I just wanted something that was at least okay alien content, because I was so starved of good alien content. The only good alien content I can think of are after having been burned by colonial marines, after having really. I remembered AVP 2 being okay. I remember enjoying the multiplayer for the demo for that a little bit, but I didn't never really played it, and it wasn't very well received. Um, like Alien is so formatively important to me that I was just like, there's not any good content for it. Everyone keeps fucking it up. Covenant came out and it was okay, and I went, oh, finally, something that's at least okay. Certainly was tired of, like, also everything seemingly getting a critical for every alien related thing that would come out. So it's just like, well, I guess it's all bad. I want an alien thing to just kind of be universally liked again. God damn it. Doesn't have to be the world's best thing either. I just want it to be done okay. That's all I want out of alien stuff, which feels like a huge injustice to a fucking franchise. Well, not even a franchise. That's the problem. I don't think it was intended to be a franchise. It just fucking did numbers, man. I think it blew up in a way that nobody even expected. That said, I am glad that we're playing Isolation and I can do it with a kind of a fresh mind away from a lot of the like critical backlash. And here's what I can say about Isolation is by no means a perfect game, but holy fuck, does it do some things that have never been iterated on that still just drive me fucking crazy. That do make it one of the best in a vacuum survival horror games ever made. It has a very big problem, but its very big problem is in understanding that it just you get put in the boiler too long. You get put in the boiler too long in that game because the actual design of it is amazing. If you think about the design, if you break down the design of Alien Isolation and the way that you engage with its gameplay and the way that you engage with its characters and the way that, well, not its characters, character, let's be honest, and the way that the alien is designed and the way that Sevastopol is designed and the way that encounters are designed, like, it is phenomenally well done. You know? It is very much phenomenally done to an extent that I think is almost a little harped on too much for its pretty critical flaw that essentially can be fixed by saying, take a break from it, or play it as long as you feel comfortable, and then you don't have to play it farther than that. You don't have to finish Alien Isolation, I would argue. I'm still gonna do it, so you don't have to, but I still think everyone should play it, because God knows if I want to do a horror game, I want to do things that Alien Isolation does. A little bit different, but still does. Certainly with enemy design. I was thinking about this the other day, where one of the things I like about the Xenomorph is that it responds to your environmental reactions. I just think it is a little bit too aggressive about it. The biggest thing I would do differently is make it a little bit more different in how enemies interact with you in the environment. One of the things I like now that I'm like kind of engaged with more with Alien Isolation is the idea that whenever the xenomorph appears and you get spotted, you can scare it away. That's actually kind of ingenious from a like enemy design standpoint. The problem with the xenomorph is you can't kill it, and scaring it away is only a temporary solution that will only have it come back to you shortly later. I love the idea of, what if you could just scare mobs away semi-permanently? Like, you know that you're going to be safe for a while and they won't come back immediately, or they won't come back even within the next few minutes. And that you genuinely scare away certain kinds of mobs, or maybe even most mobs, or even a boss or two, you know? Because that's the thing. There's not really monster design in horror games that treats the monster as something that would want to preserve itself. The monster's just, you either have a monster who doesn't give a fuck about you or anything that you do to it, or have a monster that doesn't care about its own self-preservation. And typically, even if you fight it, your usual options are to just run from it until it can't chase you anymore, or kill it. And I kind of like the idea of a middle ground. I love the idea of a kind of creature design that once you do at least like a set amount of damage to it, or do a certain action to it, that it decides to retreat temporarily, much like the player would. Because I think there's a certain lack of creature design and creature mentality in most survival horror, save Isolation, which has a good footprint for this, of the thing that is trying to kill you also not wanting to die. Though you could argue, well, most creature design is that they just say that they have to kill you or they will die. And it's like, yeah, but would it not be more interesting to have an enemy design who at least tries to think similar to the way that you do? It steals. I have not. essentially one of the design loops that I would want to try to implement in a game like that I was thinking about the other day that I really need to like write down is, let's say you have a Silent Hill 2 setup building where you go room from room looking around, right? And you're scrounging for items. And inside of rooms, sometimes there are enemy mobs. And if you go into a room and you encounter a mob that aggroes to you, and you fight them off, and they run into a vent, you can reposition them into another room. Essentially, you make it unpleasant for them to stay in that room. However, now they're crowded in a different room that you might have to go through. And that's it. Instead of them immediately coming back to you, now they're just in a new position that you have to consider how to get around them. And they become a problem in that area instead, and thus make it a problem for you when you don't get the kill on them. Right? So instead of the monster being this thing that is perpetually trying to get you, it instead becomes a back and forth cat and mouse game of you're stuck in a room with something. Do you kill it permanently? If you can't secure the permanent kill, how will you have to deal with it later? Because you at least eliminate the threat in the short term, but you didn't eliminate the threat in the long term. Maybe also conjuncture that with the idea of you get it to scare away, but you aggro an enemy in a side room that comes to you. So now you're dealing with the threat from another room. But never make it that the thing that you dealt with right then and there, you have to immediately deal with again in the exact same instance. That's my whole thing. Make it at least binary enough that you understand that an action can happen and maybe even ripple out into other consequences, but that the immediate thing you're dealing with isn't going to have to be dealt with again until you're met in a new situation with it. Which is kind of what the alien in Isolation does. He does do that. You just have to... It is not made clear, or at least it wasn't made clear to me until my most recent playthrough of Alien Isolation, that they just require a lot more proactive action on the player. If you are too passive in that game, the alien just will eventually get you. You'll waste all your resources. You have to just be very active in your decision-making and your consequences. If you scare the alien off, you have to make an action of whatever you're going to do next. And you have to move on from the place that you are, because the alien's just going to come back. And I want to make a game where your antagonist doesn't just come back. Or if something happens that causes that kind of reaction, your player can at least go, oh, it wasn't because of what I just did. It wasn't the same entity that just came back, you know? Like, let's say it's a horde situation, right? You go into a room, you aggro an enemy, you fight it off, but you maybe make it a little too loud, or you do something that makes noise, and it runs away. But there is also something in an adjacent conjoining room somehow, and that now that starts coming your direction. Make it a point of like, okay, there was a consequence to the thing that I did, but at least you could prepare for it, or do something about it, or be ready for it, or make a reaction to it, instead of just now, oh, I scared off one, but now there's another one, you know, at least do something more with it, so. Yeah. Yeah, because I think the easy thing to do, because I would do that even in Alien Isolation when I first started, is to shut your brain down. It's very easy to just be like, fuck, I just used flamethrower. Now do I wait until... Because I think they put almost a little bit too much modus on the player to put the docs together, that if you use the flamethrower on the xenomorph, you've bought yourself time to do anything, and it's very easy to do nothing. The xenomorph just never gives you a break, or it doesn't give you very many breaks, and it punishes you a little bit too hard for making a mistake. It doesn't fuck off enough, is what I'm getting at. And there aren't actually enough distractions that keep the alien preoccupied when you're trying to do things. It's just kind of you hoping that it goes away for a while. I find. Though, if you meet it on its level, where you go, okay, if the alien just isn't going to leave me alone, that's why it's important to pick up on the fact that you shouldn't be throwing things. Don't throw things in isolation. Put them on the ground. The only thing I haven't tested is if whether or not putting things on the ground means that you trigger them too, which I'll have to test next time. But if it doesn't, then you should just be putting things on the ground so that way you can do things and you'll just be holding off the alien while you do things, which I think is the intent of the game. I don't think you're supposed to be waiting until the alien leaves you alone. I think the intent is to be utilizing your resources constantly around the alien to manipulate the alien. But those manipulations are kind of half-baked is also the problem. They're very obtuse until you understand how to get them to work, and then they're very mechanical. They're not as natural as they should be in a lot of ways. Clarify the way that I said the decision making or the shutting down. And besides, again, I think it adds more tension to have an enemy type who is much more flexible on the player than one who is as rigid as the xenomorph from Isolation. Not to say that the xenomorph is completely rigid. He's not. There is some nuance to your interactions from a gameplay standpoint as well. Not some. There are very good nuances to the gameplay organization of how you interact with the xenomorph. But I think there's something to also be said that he still has a little bit too much binary reactionaryism to him, right? Like, you just gotta do something to make him fuck off, and sometimes you don't have that much control over how you engage with the xenomorph. He'll just make you do shit too, and you can't really make him do stuff. You really can't, other than run away. Yeah, I think I've gotten more proactive, but there is something to be said that both me and probably plenty of other people do have moments where they're just more passive. I definitely was very passive on my first playthrough of Isolation, which had its own problems. Weirdly, I would say I'm actually much more of a passive player for how active or aggressive my play style can be. I actually have a very kind of like I always forget this. I'm like, I like action games, I like active gameplay, and yet I actually have a very patient and methodical play style that I lean into that works better than when I just try to go full aggro sometimes. I try to wait for when I can get something to happen or wait for something to work in my favor because I oftentimes just don't know the proactive way to make something happen or work. So, which I think I've gotten better at. But Isolation, design wise, does not play well to that. There's not really a passive way to play Isolation, which puts a lot of modus on the player to figure that out. But if the player doesn't figure it out, it can be a pretty grueling and awful time for that, which is a design flaw. That is a design flaw to it. There's not a passive way to play Isolation, per se. And the irony is there's only so much excuse you can say of, well, it was designed that way. There is an alternate, kind of understanding and misconception with a game, I think sometimes that people don't realize is games have to be flexible enough to accommodate at least some level of difference in play. And Isolation very much has that in concept. It wants you to try different things, and it wants you to have a variety of playstyles, and you can't accommodate every playstyle in every game. But I think you should at least understand that some people are going to be more active, and some people are going to be more passive. That is a thing to consider with a game. You can't make someone be more active, and you can't make someone be more passive. You have to have enough kind of fluidity in your design mentality that both of those kinds of people are going to have those at different levels, no matter what. There are some things in a game where I do take more proactive action. There are some parts of a game where I do go more passive. So, especially in a horror game, you often are passive. Yes. Exactly. Yeah. Darkwood actually impressed me recently because my friends Ari and Lauren started a playthrough, and I was watching them play it, and there's just straight up good design on Darkwood's end. There's enemy AI in there that will leave you alone if you leave it alone long enough. Like, it might chase you off, but it won't chase you forever. But like, you don't have to fight at least the regular dogs in that game. They won't chase you forever. You don't have to kill them, which is neat. I like stuff like that. Some of the people work that way too. And I think like almost every enemy in Darkwood has like a maximum aggro range. That makes sense. Hard just requires you to be more proactive, and I think they need to make that. I almost kind of think that has to be something that's like a little disclaimery, right? Like putting your. Whilst I agree that I think hard mode is the right way to play that game by their recommendation, they need to say this is recommended for players who want a more aggressive play style or have a more aggressive play style. I would put the asterisks of I recommend playing hard if you want a more active environment to engage with on the alien. If you don't, however, and do play more passively, do not play it on hard like I did my first time. Hard kind of isn't recommended for a first playthrough if you aren't more aggressive and more experienced with survival games and survival horror games, as I really still wasn't even as late as when I got this game. I didn't really grow up with survival horror. I grew up with I grew up with survival action or horror action. Like, not a lot of the games I grew up with were that survival based. Dead Space was not very survival based. Resident Evil 5 was not that survival based. I didn't really get into survival horror games until way later in my life. They're just not something I grew up with, like hardly at all. We weren't allowed to play horror games because I was a weenie baby. And I was a weenie baby. I got scared by things super easily when I was a kid. I do want to fixate, though, on that thing I said earlier about the kind of horror design I want to go for because I want it to stick in my brain a little bit, because I want to. I was like thinking about it a lot, and I'm like, if I was to make a survival horror game, I think at this point, I would want it to be 3D. I think I would want it to be third person. And I want it to be fixed over the shoulder. And I would want it to have somewhere in between Dead Space and Signalis, or by that extent, Resident Evil, Silent Hill. What I really mean is I want the Resident Evil 1 bugs is what I want. Resident Evil 1 bugs are the best creature design for that kind of concept that I would just want to be something that you would have to engage with for more than just a set piece in the game, because it's a really good enemy design. It's my favorite enemy design in Resident Evil 1. Well, there you go. I didn't even really grow up watching it. I didn't even know what Silent Hill looked like until way later. I actually had no idea what Silent Hill 2 played or looked like until I played it for the first time, because it was just not... When I heard it had, like, tank controls, I wasn't interested in it. And I still was barely interested in it before my current friends, convinced me that I need to play it. Glad they did. Like, I'd always heard it's very good, but the tank controls and the survival horror element actually always put me off a little bit. But now I'm like, every now and then I get this itch. I get this itch that I start thinking about survival horror game design, and I'm like, I really want to, because environmental encounter design in survival horror is something I care about a lot, because encounter design, there's a lot of very good short-term encounter design in horror games, but there isn't really that much long-term encounter design in my experience. You're just kind of moving. When I say that, I mean, like, short-term encounter design is, you know, you have to deal with something maybe even multiple times, but never more than what you expect to in the same room, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Essentially, I would like something that does do a good mix of the stealth action horror that games like The Last of Us, games like Alien Isolation have, with the clear understanding that stealth is a tool. And the biggest way that I would implement stealth as a tool in a survival game like that is the alien seemingly always has a... Because the alien is always trying to quote-unquote get you, it always seems to omnipotently at least know when you are in an area. I love the idea of you should be rewarded with good stealth by a mob doesn't leave an area if it doesn't know you're in the room. Why would it move? Essentially, I want a creature design that you have a mob in a room. You enter the room knowing that the mob is there unalerted. You go through the room, maybe do a little scrounging and interaction, but if you don't want to engage with the mob, then you have to stealth through that room. Stealth through in and out of the room, the mob doesn't leave that room. The mob doesn't leave the room until you do something to encourage it to leave, or move, or do something. The alien could really use that. Sometimes it feels like the alien just starts hunting to fuck with you, which is fair. That's a part of the game. I'm not saying that's not a part of the game and that it's not good for that, but it is what it does. And what I want is something much more natural, though a little bit more read into it. You get a little bit more insight, a little bit more understanding, a little bit more manipulation, and utilize stealth to your advantage as a more of a putting something off rather than a thing that just you have to do, and when it's broken, it's broken. Alien Isolation is a stealth game. Alien Isolation is only a stealth game. There is no not breaking stealth in Alien Isolation. That breaking stealth is a consequence. Breaking stealth is a fail state. It is a fail state. Even if you survive breaking stealth is a fail state in Alien Isolation. I want a horror game that stealth is a tool, and that breaking stealth just means now you have to deal with a short-term problem rather than an immediate problem that will just get you killed. and have like at least more answers than just, oh, you broke stealth, you failed. Because there's no engaging with alien isolation unstealthed. And I would want that game to have engagement options when you break stealth, and also allow a more natural way to return to stealth. Essentially, I want a fucking survival horror game that plays like Metal Gear Solid a little bit. Because the fact that stealth is not utilized more the way that Metal Gear Solid does in so many games drives me fucking bananas. And also, be like, there will be reasons why you will want to break stealth even. Maybe there are reasons to break stealth. Drives me crazy. Whenever stealth is always brought up in a game, it's always kind of given this air of, you get to stealth until you no longer get to. Whereas, fuck, what if I want my player to have the kind of the mental state of being like, do I stealth through this? Or do I just say, fuck it? Because that's good stealth game design, even. You should be telling your player, is your stealth good enough that you could utilize it as a tool, but breaking stealth is not only an option, but an option that might have just different consequences. So, you should never... Stealth, I would want to not be a fail state. It shouldn't be a fail state. It should have consequences, but it shouldn't be a fail state. Have I ever played I'm Scared? If so, you know when. It's the absolute scariest game for you, and you'd love to watch me play it. I'll check it out. I will have to look. No, I have not heard of it. I am not familiar with this video game. And all this is kind of conjecture, and maybe it would all fucking not work, but again, like, I feel like there is a much needed kind of return to like looking at both sides of a survival horror game, in that even things like Signalis do a great job of characterizing. It does a great job of doing just written characterization, but it doesn't really do much discreetly with encounter design. Not to say it does nothing, because what it does, I like a lot. I do like it a lot. Like, I think it has its own things that I really, really like and appreciate, that, you know, I was like, oh my god, finally somebody did the thing. But I still think there is a lack of putting some kind of modus on the antagonists to show that they are mechanically just as invested as the player is to not die. And make behavioral choices that reflect that more, you know? Like, they aren't just trying to get the player, they are invested in their own survival. And maybe different mobs have just different ways of responding to that that can be directly dangerous and antagonistic, but aren't even always that. Let's say, for example, if there are human mobs, and when I say human mobs, I mean not friendly human characters. Who's to say they wouldn't just try to do the same kind of survival tactics as you would? Maybe you have human enemy characters who can utilize similar tactics that you can without just being a guy with a gun. Being a crazy guy with a knife, whatever, you know, make them semi-intelligent as well. Maybe have creature mobs that can utilize the environment different than you, but also still utilize similar tactics. Things like running away to try to recover at least a little bit, You know, I like the idea of giving them permanent caps on health. So like if you harm an enemy character in a certain way that they take permanent damage, that you might have scared them off and even made them a little bit weaker for the next time you encounter them, but you'll still need to take maybe a little bit more extra damage on them because they were able to at least recover some of their health. Not all of it. They would never be able to recover all of it, but they would recover some of it. So let's say, for example, you have an enemy, and let's just say, mechanically speaking, on a number crunch scale, it takes 4 shots to kill that enemy, but it takes 2 shots to do permanent damage to it. You do permanent damage to it, it goes into a retreat state, and it gets away before you can get your 4th shot on it. Next time you meet it, but you got 3 shots on it. You couldn't get the 4th shot. But the next time you meet it, its permanent health is capped to 3 shots or 2 shots now. It means overall you still had to use more resources on it, but in the moment you have to use less resources on it than the first time you met it. Like, have it be a whittled down thing that doesn't just punish the player for not getting the kill, but does have a consequence that will push your resources a little bit harder in the future. Yeah, right? I need to make a fucking video game, man. This shit just sits in my head all the time, okay? I need to do some shit with this thought process. I want to make... I am caught between my first project being an action game, a horror game, or a horror game. Or an action horror game, let's be honest. I want enemy design that runs away. You know, that would, because one of the cool things, there are so many cool, nuanced interactions with the alien that I think can be pushed so much farther, right? Like, you use the flamethrower to scare the alien off temporarily. Use the flamethrower frequently enough on it, if it sees you with the flamethrower out, it doesn't immediately charge you. That's brilliant. That's fucking brilliant design. That shows that it has an amount of calculated understanding of its environment. And there are ways you could do that without having to go to that extent. Having simple mood change states where you harm an enemy enough that it understands that it's harmed, that it decides to retreat. I'm sure that's not easy to code, but it can't be impossible, because I've seen it in plenty of fucking games. I've seen it in plenty of fucking games. If Halo... how many shooters are based on that design alone of your enemy gets shot at, so they take cover? Why can't we have monster design like that? That's how Monster Hunter monsters work on a larger scale. I want it on a smaller scale where it can be made clear to the player when something is in a retreating state and that it cares and hasn't been wailed on for the last 10 minutes, you know? Like, it's clear, right? Like, they are just as fragile as you are. They don't want to die any more than you do. But they're in the same situation and know that being aggressive is equally as viable as a way to make it safer for themselves, you know? Like, that's what I like about the Xenomorph from the original Alien. It is, at its core, designed to be a movie monster who cares about its survival. It is not doing this to quote-unquote hunt and murder fun all of the things on board. It's terrified. And it's terrifying to understand that the Xenomorph is so brutally killing everybody on board because it doesn't want to die. And it knows that the human characters are trying to get it. And that is something that Alien Isolation lacks. The alien does not act like you are trying to get it. Because it just follows you around like a cat. I genuinely think Alien Isolation in one way would be much more improved if it had much more open level design and you could do enough to an alien to literally scare it to another part of the station. That would be good. That would make that work, because even if you can't kill it, you should be able to make it fuck off long enough that you can have enough peace of mind to break the tension, to do stuff around until it decides to come back, or until you wind up running across it again naturally. Literally scaring it out of an area, or scaring it out of the area you're in long enough that it goes maybe not even into a different part of the map, but certainly like a few rooms down, and that you even forget about it for a while, would have vastly improved the pace of Alien Isolation, so that way you're not just stuck in a boiler for 10 hours. Because the one thing they missed is the alien is a survivor. The ultimate organism described as a survivor is always what stuck out to me in that original movie. I want enemy design that channels that concept. Because then it comes back thematically to the player, of the player doing everything they can think of to survive the situation is also what your enemies are doing. Just in their own way. But still have some overlap. Having self-preservation ideas, like running away when they're in danger. That's what the player does when the player is over their head. Enemy design that did that too would probably freak people's brains. I can't think of a single horror game that does that. Hey now, get control. And I so desperately want to make a game, a survival horror game that has that as an element. So badly. It's sitting in my brain. It won't go away. And that would also solve the problem of how do we make an enemy who you can scare off that you can't kill be threatening? Or how do you make an enemy that is super threatening that you can also kill? You know? Definitely give them teeth. Well, I mean, they don't have to have teeth per se. I mean it more in the metaphorical sense. So they could also actually have teeth. So, you know. I care a lot about that shit. It's the one thing that is lacking in pretty much most, if not all, survival horror design, is a sense that the enemy design itself has any sense of self-preservation. Outside of murder tactics. Murder tactics should be one thing that enemy design does do, because murder tactics is one thing that the player does. But I think making it conceptual that you recontextualize as many different actions that a player can take as an enemy as an option for them, and just contextualize it in how they do it. You have to run through doors and block entrances to escape a situation if you're running low on meds, injured, etc., need to give yourself a break. Vice versa. I love vents. I love vents, and I love enemy designs that utilize vents. Have it literally just run into a vent into another room. And not bother you until you encounter it again. Like, have maybe some creature designs that hunt you, but only have them hunt you because you did something to get them hunting you. You know? have enemies who patrol areas and move through the environment, not because they're looking for you, but because that's just what they fucking do. I want to make a horror game so bad. I feel like it would be at least interesting. It's in my brain all the time. And I mean, I'm sitting on my own design bible of creature designs that I've wanted to come actually back to, especially given the way that I drew this necromorph. I'm like, boy, I need to come back to that because I feel like I would do much better with its design now. Because they're very necromorph-like. They're very necromorph-inspired, but I try to do my own thing with it. How's this coming out? Ooh, that looks good. That line work came out really, really good. Yeah, that's looking really good. Yeah, that all looks really, really good, actually. I need to draw the Xenomorph's tail. Then I need to draw. What's funny is poor Triangle Face. Poor Triangle Face. I was just like, I need to get him in there. And Triangle Face's most interesting design is his fucking head, and then he just kind of has a dude bod. He just kind of has a guy bod. So I can't really do anything with that, and there's not really any space to do anything with it. So it's like, okay. He just kind of got a bro bod. There is also something else I want to do with the specifically the door. I want to try to get the door a little bit more aligned. I feel like what I might do is I might do a different layer to like get all the shapes right and then put it where I want because I have it like almost correct. I just need to move like the bars a little bit left, or I need to move the frame a little bit right. Like it's just barely off center. Yeah, the bars just need to be moved left, I think, a little bit. Start with actually. Start with the frame first. That was a certified shower thought, everyone. You guys got a certified shower thought because I sat in the bath and thought about that all day yesterday. I took a break from video editing. I thought about my horror game again. Haven't done that in a while. What I kind of have to do, we'll see. Here, just gonna turn this off. I'm gonna start with the frame first. I'm just gonna draw this whole dang door. Oh, the ruler. You're so powerful. Why was I not using you before? Fool I was. What a fool I was to not use the ruler. So good. Ruler good. I mean, part of my silliness and realization is like I used to not use a ruler because I thought it would be like, because I saw people use rulers and I'm like, you shouldn't need to use a ruler for that. They're using rulers in the wrong spots, and I'm like, I'm an adult now. I know where to use rulers. Rulers can be helpful for very specific things. Obviously, you don't use a ruler to draw like a character, unless the character has a need for that straight of lines. You really don't use a ruler for anything but very blocky, inanimate things. No, it crashed. Fresco's pretty good about auto-saving, though. In fact, I think it only works off cloud saving. Yeah, see? Yes. Let Adobe know. Let Adobe know that their shit is busted. Okay, now here's what I gotta do. I gotta draw this all back here, but I'm going to do something in which I make sure that I do not draw more than the bars. They need to be moved. Here. Get a new layer. This all needs left. The spacing is right, but the the initial spacing is right, but the actual bits are not. So I'm going to use this, draw all this correct, and then I'm just gonna move it. And then I'm just gonna move it. That's my goal. Then is going to erase. I'm either gonna erase or I'm gonna mask it. I might mask it. Masks are really good and I need to use them more. Masks are erasers for things you don't want to keep permanently erased. I have to remember that. Masks specifically are good in situations like this. Funny is this needs to be done with single lines, so devotion door. The door. Here we go. No, 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 no. God damn it. Address. That should work. Yeah, here we go. Kind of worked. taper some of these manually because for some reason my taper isn't working. Fun. My favorite. Hey, I got it to work, and that's what matters. There we go. That actually looks pretty good. Thicker. This a little bit. That actually looks really good. I think I really nailed the kind of like swooshy art. I nailed the swooshy art a little bit. Give the pet the cow. Spend 200 euros. Oh. Listen, if it's cute clothes, get it. Treat yourself. Comfy. Unless you can't afford it, don't do that then. But if you can, do it. And if you can't afford it, it's not that you aren't worth it, because you are. Ooh, that looks really good. Yeah, that's like the exact same effect that the game uses. Yeah. That looks really good, actually. And all I have to do now... On the wrong layer. God damn it. Hate when I do that. I think I caught it. That could have been bad. Though it probably wouldn't affect it that much. Well, I won't be one of your neighbor friends, but I won't say you shouldn't. Reminds me, I need to make probably some phone calls today and be like, where the heck are my parts? Guys, still waiting on them. Really want to fix my laptop, dang it. It would help my life a little bit. It certainly would make me want to not tear my hair out as much as I do these days. What we're gonna do. Use the same. Now, as soon as I do the other side, all I have to do. I think I made this too much at an angle. Did. Thought these were at a weird angle. Hey. More? There we go. There we go. Do that. What brand is it? This is Walmart. Do that. This. Let's see what I'm gonna do here. Looking at this, I just feel like it's a little bit too far to the left, so I just had to move it just ever so slightly right. Oops. Oh! No, that's the name of the brand. My bad. Totally misunderstood. Oopsie. I thought you were saying that the brand was described as ick, and I was like, oh, what's the brand? My bad. Off. Hide. There. That'll make this easier. The future, I just need to perspective this, I think. Otherwise, I mean, this is technically true center. Yeah. Yeah, that seems correct. That's definitely better. Oh yeah, that's definitely better. I fixed it, guys. It looks better. Look at me, knowing how to fix my broken shit. That's true. I now understand the importance of rules. Really, I just need to go back now and add the lines now. Yes, but the door. I've required even door. Great, now what? That was weird. Spacebar won't work. Spacebar won't work. Now the spacebar works too good. I have like sticky keys on somehow. I don't know how I have sticky keys on. Don't uneven my door. No! Bug me. Out there? I have a dumb idea. Hold on. Let him cook. Let him cook. Guys? Guys, I'm figuring something out. Guys, let him cook. Let your boy cook a little bit. Let your boy cook a little bit, because boy, he's been doing this so much the wrong way that he's got to do it the right way eventually. I have never, ever, 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 ever thought to do that. Bingo bango. Aren't I just... And look, I would have never, ever, 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 ever in a billion years thought to do this had I not started animating. Because this is definitely something that I'm doing because animation. I would have never thought to do that if I hadn't started animating. There we go. Man! I feel like a dummy. I mean, I'm going to keep it the way that it is for now. I don't think I'm going to do more, but I feel like such a dingus. Never having done that before. Yeah, I just have to erase the bars that are under, but or mask them out. I might just mask them out just in case, but dummy, dummy, baka. Can't believe I. Well, I learned something. I learned something today. I feel like a goober, but I did learn something today, so. Wait, there was a way. Right click it and draw. Yes, drawing aids. I would like my assistant's aid. There was a way to change it to a circle. And it's not wanting to show it. Well, guess we're doing the circle this way. Guess we're doing the circle this way. Now this won't work. I don't know what breaks this so much. The one thing I've never been great at with circles. But I can make it work if I absolutely have to. I can make it work if I absolutely have to. So the drawing aid here would actually help because I'm now seeing what it could do instead, and it won't let me select it for some reason. It just straight up won't even let me do that. There is a selection for a circle. It's me, Master Chef. Boy, I did not expect to cook that hard, though. Holy crap. Come on, man. I might have to come back to this. Or maybe I do have to learn how to draw a circle, everybody. Boy, now the pen ain't working. Now what? Is the pen finally out of batteries? Find out. Out of batteries. What are you doing, buddy? I think the batteries on this finally died. Or the pen is dead, which would not be good. The pen itself ain't having problems. That would make me sad. Hey, pen, just conk out on me? For seemingly no reason? If it has turned out this whole time that it was just the pen... Oh, the pen's fine. Whatever. It's weird that it's not... The button ain't working. The button should show me how much battery it has left, and it's not doing that, which is weird. Like, oh, there, 51%. Okay. I'm gonna say that battery's finally dead. Given that it wouldn't show me what the battery percentage is on it. So. Oh, geez, I might have to really learn how to do a circle. I want to. Especially because this isn't working. I thought there was a way. Change. I saw a circle option, and it's not letting me. There we go. Ah. There we go. Oh, why'd you open speech recognition? Where did Fresco go? Oh god, it... Oh god, how did I do this? It... Don't worry about that, everybody. I don't know what I did. I don't know why it did that. We're gonna move on with our lives. Alright. Okay, I've got that. Really, all I need to do now I need to do all is finish all the words that I keep on saying. Now all I need to do is merge that together. Probably ruler the rest of the door. The fact that isn't a right click is very silly to me. Appreciate the thought, but I don't really need to know that. Zoom in a little bit more, seeing as I'm having a little bit of issue lining that up. Just like real life. I'm starting to understand the importance of drafting now. Drafting is super important when it comes to working on something. That was weird. That was weird. Okay. That's where that is. We're going to try one thing. We're going to create a mask for this. Maybe this mask doesn't work the way I think it does. Hope if I'm on the right layer. That's weird that you can't do a vector mask? Oh. Why do I have to use this? That's so weird. Why can't I use vectors? Why do I have to use pixels? Sick. Hard round. That's so weird. I don't understand that, but whatever. Go down to about 20. Actually making pretty good time. God, the time like shot by though. Jesus. The reason why I'm using a mask is because I don't necessarily want to get rid of everything. If I hide the layer, Yeah, that's working as intended. Wait, what is this layer? Thing? Uh, oh. See, that's the vector layer. That's a... What is this mask doing? Just trust it. I've never used a vector layer in this program before, so I have no idea how it works or what it's doing. But it does seem to be working, so I'm just going to keep going. Just seems to do what it's doing, and that's fine. Just hope I can never go back, add stuff where I need it to be. My only concern. Never used a mask before in this way. New to me. Yeah, because I need to use a line there. Still weird that it has to use a pixel like this. Wait, can I not? You can't erase? Me? You? What am I supposed to do if I fuck up then? Just don't fuck up. Okay. I guess just don't make a mistake, right? Yes. It is working really well, though. It's working exactly how I want it to. I don't necessarily want to get rid of that stuff. I just want to hide it. Make sure all the shapes are right. So if I need to move anything, which I don't think I will, but this is kind of like an insurance if I need to move anything. I don't have to redraw it. Mask it for now, and hopefully get rid of the mask, though seemingly that's its own mess. But hey, that worked. Very well, actually. Actually, that looks very, very good. I like that quite a bit. I like that quite a bit. Well, I've definitely gotten the line work done. I, there's more. There's more line work I need to do, but I'm definitely getting the line work done today. Everybody looks good. Look at them all. Ooh, okay, yeah, I like the way that I handled the Necromorph's face and head. I was worried about it. Necromorphs get a little bit weird in the face for me. I always struggle with it a little bit. I might select it and make it a little bit bigger, but I always feel like I struggle with that a little bit. But I would say, like, yeah, this is coming along really nicely. Forgot his tail. I forgot the Xenomorph's tail. I know I was forgetting something. So, yeah, that just hides the whole thing. But if I delete this... Huh. Oh no. Oh no, I don't know what that layer is. What the hell? So, this is interesting. Sorry, I'm like experimenting with the mask, and I don't know what the mask is doing. I have no idea what the mask is doing, so. Okay, that's silly. I know what the mask is doing now. Okay, you can't. I was like, there's no way you can't undo this. That'd be silly. It's not how a mask works in anything. So this is a really interesting take on how to do masking. I like it. It's more like a coloring mask than it is a actual mask. You can do it works really well for my style because I essentially just treat it the same way I would any of my vector art. Very nice. It's weird that it utilizes the pixel brushes though. That feels like a weird workaround. That doesn't feel right, but oh. But can I not work on the under mask anymore? Can I not work on that anymore? Is that like hard? Also, is this okay? That's not white. Can I not add to this anymore? I have to do like this. That would be weird. There has to be a way to work on the under mask. Like that's not permanently that way, is it? Mask enabled, mask link. Okay, mask disabled. But I still can't draw on it? Mask unlinked. Hmm. How do I work on a layer that I've masked? Invert mask. Nope. That's cool. Flatten mask. Oh. Oh, and it turned it into a pixel layer. I didn't necessarily want that. Okay, that's not great. Alright, I just gotta be careful with that, I guess. Noted. Oopsie doopsie. Did that to him. Let's see. This. Yeah. Yeah. That's good. So I guess I need to just do this on this layer, right? What happens if I merge this down? I merge it down? If I merge this down onto it. Oh, I can. Oh, that's really dumb. So what if I do this? We copy the mask, right? Oh, wait, no. Copy the mask. Let's cut the mask. There. That put it back to that. Merge that down. Paste the mask. Oh my god, what a dumb workaround I just did. That doesn't feel like working as intended, but... Ugh, that's nightmarish. That's nightmarish to have to work with, but whatever. I still have to do one more thing, but, whatever. Gross. Would do that like that. Why would you even do that like that? Alright, do it again. We cut the mask. Make the edit we want. Adobe, are you like this? Create the mask. Paste it. All right, noted. If you ever want to mask anything ever, you do it last. If you ever need to make changes, don't. I say as I'm like, I see multiple things I need to fix now still. That's so weird. I never have I ever seen a piece of software not allow you to work on the mask because it's just a layer. Like I am better off doing it this way, honestly. And then if I want to flatten it, I can. Because there's cases where I want to still be able to have the mask on while I draw my corrections. So right now, what I'm doing right now. So what kind of a weird workaround that is too, because you have to kind of like they're like, well, we have it locking, but if you jimmy it in a weird direction, it will undo the locking. All right. I learned something about masks today and how they're kind of weird, honestly. Kind of busted. Kidding? First off, we can't merge this down. Don't know how that line got there. That's so weird. What a weird way to do that. That's such a weird way to do that that it feels wrong. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Like, am I doing my masks wrong? It feels like I'm doing my masks wrong. Doesn't feel like I did my mask right, but whatever. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that though. Pretty happy with the spooky door. Add some details. The thing is I don't know how far the ribbing goes on the xenomorph's head. So many shots. Go. Oh. Oh, pretty much all the way, huh? They're much more consistently sized. God, the xenomorph is so weird shaped, but I love it. I love how weird shaped the xenomorph is. It's full of weird shapes, and I love it. He's all tubey. The internet isn't a series of tubes, the xenomorph is. I don't think I'll get the right number of ribs. We're just going to do this the way that it kind of shows it. Kind of like that. He's so ribby. He's so ribbled. I love him. I actually don't even know if ribbled is the right term, but it feels like it. If I was to describe the xenomorph as something like that, it'd be ribbled. So good. Oh, he looks so good. Yeah, he looks really, really good. Real fast. Funny is the same kind of like texturing pretty much goes everywhere on his body. He's got these weird seams all over his body. God, he's so spooky looking. God, he's so spooky looking. Love him. He is terrifying. This is also just great practice because I feel like I sometimes struggle with the xenomorph design wise, and like this has given me a lot better understanding of the kind of texture that the xenomorph has, which is very gross. He's very elasticy. He does look like he's like made out of plastic almost. And I to these days still do not know what these pipes are that come out of his back. I do not know what the pipes are for. Like anybody does. I think they looked at Mr. Giger and were like, so what are the pipes for? And he was like, they're pipes. He's like, and we're like, but what are the pipes for? And he's like, what are pipes for? We're like, we don't know, Giger. You put pipes on the back of the alien. And he's like, good. And nobody knows what he put the pipes on the back of the alien for. Dude, I like nailed the head though. The head looks like perfect. Picked up on this detail either. The ribs kind of do something more like that. Kind of like jut out a little bit. He looks very good. Ooh, I like that. Ooh, I like that. It's a very good effect. Yeah. Today might even just be line work day. We'll see if I get to any more rendering than just the line work, which might not be a bad thing, because then it's just coloring for the rest of the time, which can either go really fast or really slow for me, depending on how much I render. And there's still one more week. I forget there's not a full 2 weeks, but there's still one more week before Halloween. There's one more week before Halloween. Your dad could turn into a bat. I know it's dog, but your dad could turn into a bat. Oh boy, I've made myself a conundrum here, though. The spine is going to be a little bit awkward, because it's not really that shaped. Not really shaped like that, but I don't really have a very good guide. Hmm. Just gonna have to start it. Start with the base. Just have to think about it. Really hard. Just have to think about it really hard. Think about it really, really hard. Think. Getting at least the shape right. Think I'm getting at least the shape right. Should I make it bigger is the real question. Eh, might have to be happy with this shape, honestly. Why is your tail so gross? When I say gross, I don't mean gross in like a, ooh, it's nasty in a aesthetic sense. I mean, why are you so gross to draw? It is gross to draw. Very gross to draw. Very hard to draw. Very, very hard to draw. Very, very, very hard to draw. Jesus. Really, the spine isn't even that raised, so I have a little bit of a break here. The spine is actually flatter. Or stiff like this. I do that all. Ah, this is hurting my brain. This is hurting my brain. Where it starts to hurt my brain to draw the xenomorph, cause he's a really weird shape. And that'll probably make me happy. I just need to make it a thinner line, honestly. The line's too thick. Go like that. And erase that out. Out a little bit. Alright. The xenomorph looks really good. The xenomorph looks quite good, actually. Holy shit, he looks good. Don't want to. Haven't drawn his fucking tail yet. I like that I was like, oh, I gotta draw his tail, and then I got completely sidetracked. Oh, I have to draw his tail. Proceeds to not draw his tail. This. Hide you, because this is distracting me. Have to get the sword tail. It's an important part of the design. It's a critical, important part of the design, okay? So I kind of need to look at his tail. The blade sometimes changes, where it's like a blade, and sometimes it's like a dagger, and sometimes it's like a big spike. Actually, not super consistent. It oftentimes feels like there's a little bit of creative liberty whenever somebody makes the tail of the xenomorph. There we go. Boy, I never realized how pointy the edges of this picture are. Wow, that xenomorph came out really good. Holy shit. Yeah, that xenomorph came out really, really good, actually. Holy fuck. He looks really good. Hell. Oh. Shit. For a second, I was like, what the fuck? I, had a picture and I thought it was something else. I still, man, I saw something. I was clicking through some examples of the Xenomorph, and I was reminded of the VR mod, and I love the idea and hate it at the same time. God, I can't think of anything less pleasant than playing this game in VR. Not because if it worked, it would be awful, but because this game was very scary without it being in VR. So cool. And I gotta give the guys for Alien Isolation, the model for the Xenomorph is really detailed. Like, holy shit. They gave him so many creases. He is filled with so many goddamn creases. Realize how many creases the alien has. Sometimes I always think of the alien as very, like, rubbery, smooth, so wrinkly. It's like filled with tubes. It's weird. Never noticed that. Why is it so hard to get just a well-lit picture of the gosh dang xenomorph? It's not easy. Weird is it's like you got that. Trying to draw a feature of the xenomorph that's actually kind of hard to capture. Inner bicep. You don't really see it from this angle. So much of it just kind of wraps around in weird ways. God, he looks so good. Really nailed it though. On both of them. They both look good. I feel like I really nailed it for pretty much everyone on this. Go back and work on the stork a little bit. I should wait. No, I drew his tail. I am the kind of person who likes to jump around on a piece. Dark. I mean, I guess it's a starch. Storch. Oh, here we go. Ugh. That's a fun 3D model, though. Actually, getting an image of Storches when they aren't corrupted would be a good idea. Some people, and I definitely interpret, yeah, that has to be one of their legs. Because some people are interpreting it as like just an extension of their head, but if you look at their model close enough, the Storch's head is not a head. Yeah, it's definitely like an arm or a leg. Why the long face? Awful. Try exaggerating this a little bit more. Try exaggerating that out a little bit more. I think I do want to keep the Storch out like that. Show the corruption more that direction. Kind of fit the vibe too of the Necromorph a little bit more, since they're all sorts of fucked up. You know, just being a little messed up. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I do think creature-wise, between if we're gonna go pure design-wise, Storches are probably my favorite. Otherwise, I love Colibris enemy design-wise because they're just upsetting. Unfortunately, Colibris are a little bit small, so I can't really stick a Colibri in here. Though I would like to, I just don't know where a Colibri would fit. I just like both Storches and Colibris. They're good. Storks and Colibris are both good. I like all the I like all of the designs. Something like that. Bit more muscle attachment. Just to show that he's got muscles. Just to show that he's got muscles. The weird thing about Mr. Pyramid Hat's design is that, again, like, he doesn't have much going on outside of things like the apron. So, like, you can't really do much as far as I can tell. The apron and the big head makes him kind of difficult to design for. Triangle Face has a pretty tough design, but I haven't shown much of his design anyways. I just don't want to lose him in the noise. I think I also made the right choice of making it a hand. I interpret it as a hand, because otherwise it doesn't make sense unless a Storch took another Storch's leg and stuck it on its face, but it could have. But then the implication is what happened to Storks' arms. So, like, I take it as that they lost their arms and that their arms are their head. So ooh, this is a fun. I also like that there isn't a consensus on it either. Somebody did it here where they stuck their arm over their head, but they can still like their head is still in there, so they're peering through their arm. That's pretty spooky. Stork, stork. I see a corrupted stork, please. I'd like to see a corrupted stork, please. That would be helpful. Though I do think that their head is just straight up gone. I don't think storks have a head anymore. I think their arm has replaced their head because of the way that their neck looks too. It's weirdly long and gangly. That's what leads me to imply that storks don't have a head anymore. Like this, maybe. Yeah, but so far the Xenomorph looks really good. Big door looks good. Oh god. Got to go there. Good. Good. Good dog. I've just been making progress. It's funny, as I was maybe like, well, no, I should be fine for a few more minutes. I'm like, how's my bot? Let me check my body. Let state. I don't think I need to go to the restroom yet, but I might have to soon. I would say this is coming along quite nicely. Oh, wait, what dog? There's no dog unless you're considering the dog the xenomorph. Xenomorph is kind of like a big dog. Xenomorph is kind of like a big dog. Oh my god, I need to fucking edit a picture of of don't worry, the dog doesn't bite, and then it's just a picture of a xenomorph death scene where the fucking mouth is open and the inside mouth is about to come out. He is the big phallic dog, you are correct. Honestly, this is looking really, really good. This is what makes me go, I want to build, I really do want the support that if you guys think I could pull something, me and my friends, no, me and my friends, because my friends, if I'm going to do this, I would need help. I would need help from, like, my friends design-wise. Like, I want to make a horror piece, and so do my friends, whether it's horror comedy, horror serious, horror anything. Like, we have an interest in horror writing, and I really, really, really want to try someday. So all of my friends have an interest in survival horror, and we really have an interest from a like design perspective, both for the gameplay parts and the design parts. Survival horror and horror is probably the genre we all share the biggest interest in, because I think we all agree that like the horror that we have is not the horror that we like, or the we don't have enough of the horror that we like, which is actually not the horror that I guess most people like, but we want to see more of it. So we just want more things that are scary because of their writing and not because of a loud noise that the game makes. I just frankly think it's rude and unpleasant when a game just tries to make me deaf. I'll be honest. If a game tries to make me death, this, I kind of criticize it for it. You need to make your player deaf to try to scare them, then you don't know what scary is. You don't know what scary is. At least you don't, not to me. That's not scary. Hurting my ears doesn't scare me. It just hurts my ears. Okay, I do need to piss, so I'll be back in a minute. Be right back. I do need to chug more water to make sure I get more piss out of my body. Ugh, that is the best xenomorph I've ever drawn, though. Like, really, I've drawn a lot of xenomorphs. This one came out really good. Okay. All right. Back. I'm back. Refreshing. Refreshing and refreshed. I might go back down to the bottom part and kind of clean up some of the lines on some of that, but compared to the top, like it's coming along. It looks really, really good. I'm really happy with how this has come out so far. And what's still funny is, I mentioned wanting to make a horror game. If it ever, like, I always feel like a lot of people say stuff like that. We're like, I want to make a game, I want to do whatever, bada bada bada, but they don't really have experience. The reason why I'm like, I really want to, and I think I could, is because I do have experience, and I would actually utilize that experience to influence my level design, because one of the earliest things I ever made was that Halo 3 map that I called Aliens, and the level design of that map was that it was a zombie game mode, a Halo 3 zombie game mode, and it was designed like one of those maze maps where you go through where the humans go through a maze, or where the players go through a maze, I should be specific, and they had to break down doors, which were pallets and barricades and stuff. Except the way that I designed it is the original map design that I took the inspiration from just made it a corridor, essentially, like a winding corridor, but it was a corridor, and the zombies just spawned at the end, and they ran down the whole corridor to get to the people. But I changed it around where the zombies actually had free mobility throughout the entire map to be able to come in through ceiling vents and stuff, and like leave through ceiling vents. That was map design I made when I was 15 years old. That's level design that I made that absolutely would influence a survival horror game with the intention of make enemies who will equally enter as they will leave through areas of the map that you can't access. And I even have you be able to access some of those areas, because I love that too. I love stuff like that. Another inspiration I actually really like is I haven't played it yet, but I need to. I need to play Alien Dark Descent, I believe. I really want to play it because I think there's some good stuff in there too that I would definitely pull on. But things like let's see, is it Aliens Dark Descent? It is Aliens Dark Descent, which I really want to play. Oh, it is $20 right now? Damn it. If I didn't already have a plane, well, we'll see. We'll see. Depends on some stuff. It depends on some stuff. Because I don't really want to start anything long. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I have plenty of stuff. But if I do want to do that, I know one of the elements of that game is how they handle saves, and I really, really like the way they handle saves, because the way they handle saves in Dark Descent is that you can't save unless you block off an entire room. So you actually have to like commit to resources before you can even save in that way, and you have to like lock down an area. I like the idea of that a lot, actually. I don't know if it commits resources or not, but I do like the idea of it. Mm-hmm. It's like a live action XCOM, which I kind of like, and it's a survival game about a team, which I also like. That's something I just really like in general. having to manage a team instead of just manage an individual is also a concept I really like to explore, but I don't think in the concept I would have you would do that. I think it would it'd either be an individual or a group of individuals who you send out one at a time. I do like Ghost Recon style too, like you send a guy out and if they die, well, they did. But it's harder to write a personal story around that. So, and I'd want if I was to write a survival horror game with more of a horror emphasis, I would want it to be a personal experience. But I like the idea of it. Maybe there's a main character that if the main character died, then yeah, you would have to load from the last checkpoint. But I don't know. I do also like the idea of having side characters that you have to engage with on their level too. Yeah, exactly. You could find their body and get their shit, and then they would respond to it or something. I don't know. There's all sorts of things you could do with that. Did that? There's a lot you could do with that. It's neat. It's a neat idea. But Dark Descent is definitely something I've wanted to check out because, again, it's probably the Aliens game I've always wanted. Granted, well, that's not 100% true because the Aliens game I've always wanted is also first person and an action horror or action survival game. Um, but you know, we got GTFO. It's the closest we're gonna get. I like GTFO still, but I'm just that starved for that kind of game experience that I'm I'm predisposed to like it no matter what. I want a game like that plays like that so badly that the closest thing I can get to it is gonna make me happy. I've played enough survival horror games at this point and have very much a mindset that it's not that I just want to make Silent Hill, I want to make Resident Evil. I don't even want to make Alien or Dead Space. I definitely want to do my own thing with it. Um I very much want to iterate. I very, very, very much want to iterate on a lot of these things. I have an interest in iterating on a lot of those things. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. We played with a random once and it was unpleasant, honestly, because people. My whole issue. We saw this with No More Room in Hell. Even if I'm experienced with a game, unless I really know what to do, I don't rush. People rush games and it pisses me off. And GTFO very much is a game that you can be screwed by your team if your team just isn't patient. People aren't patient, and I hate that. Like, if you're playing a survival game, there's a certain argument in those games that you need to be moving fast, and the longer you take, the worse it is. And I'm like, not really. If it's a well-designed game, and GTFO is a well-designed enough game that you do have moments where you don't want to rush, and you're not flexing a certain amount of skill by just running ahead of everybody. Like that's another thing that always bugs me is like people like treat it as like a skill issue and I'm like it's not a skill issue to take your time. Why would that be a skill issue? I don't know. Or at least that's what I interpret it as. Maybe I'm wrong for that. But like take for example No More Room in Hell, like as soon as we had a bunch of people, there are people who play those games like Insurgency to the end of days that just rush and run ahead before anybody else is ready. And even if they're really, really good, you're actually making the experience suffer for those who aren't as experienced because you're not giving them the time to engage with the game. So they're not getting to engage with it or learn anything. And then also, in some cases, if the game is actually well designed enough from a team play standpoint, shooting everyone in the foot because you're not being a team player and making sure that everybody can keep up. Like, GTFO is a team-based game at its core and requires teamwork at its core. So if you neglect the teamwork, neglect the team just because there's someone less experienced, someone who's slower, then that's not their fault, actually. Especially if they don't know what they're doing. You should always... That's why I always try to, even when I play at randoms, like, I always try to pace it at their level, or at least or match my own pace where I can be independent. I would never... Like, let's take, for example, Helldivers. If I go off and run off on my own, like, I make 2 pacts with myself. A, if I die, I die. And B, I don't rush objectives and stuff. I let people do that themselves, so yeah. Yeah. GTFO is great. I played a lot of GTFO with my friends, but just didn't really hold their attention, and I'm so enamored with the concept of a co-op survival game where you have to work as a team in those kind of situations that I would love to give that a shot too at some point if I could. Something, maybe Resident Evil reference of having after you beat the main game, unlock a secondary campaign that you play with your friends. Honestly, the fact that I would actually pull that and take the inspiration from Space Marine 2 because I heard about that. I'm like, oh my god, that sounds incredible. Like, I would love the idea. I don't know if I would have it overlap that hard. But I do love the idea of having a multiplayer that is directly engaging with the single player on some level. I like that. Heck, you want to know what if I was to really, really take it far, New Game Plus turns on an online function so that way you can play through the game at least once, because here's my thing, you should not play Dark Souls, for example, with multiplayer on until you've played through it entirely at least once. Um, so what you do is you have your base game, you play through it once through base, and then New Game Plus also includes turning on an option. I would still make it an option, but an option to turn on multiplayer that's people, and then the multiplayer can have its own queue of just like maybe like a survival holdout mini game, and occasionally player characters can pass through and be a radical third party and vice versa. Like I'd like the idea of that, but make it a point that like the main game, like the base game, that's just like a fun little add-on. Like that's not intended. That's not the intended way the game is played, and you could do New Game Plus without it being on. Um, but that'd be a little ambitious. That'd be like a stretch goal, right? That'd be like a okay, we got everything else to work. Let's see if we can get this to work. Yeah. I've heard of World War Z. I've actually seen a little bit of it, and I wouldn't mind trying it. It also gives me very much No More Room in Hell vibes. I just like horde shooters in general. Horde shooters are a lot of fun. There aren't enough of them, in my opinion. Well, there are now. Like, horde shooters are super hot right now, honestly. We have so many horde shooters coming out. It's great. I love it. Helldivers, Space Marine 2, Dark Tide had an update recently. There are a ton of horde shooters right now, honestly. I'm kind of spoiled, let's be honest. Ah, gotcha. Still haven't tried Factorio. I still haven't tried Factorio. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Though I also hear that Factorio is a drug. You have to be careful with it. John actually tried a bit of Factorio even. It's everything I okay, here's my thing about Factorio. I have no problem with it. Um it sounds like a fantastically designed game. It's not even that it's impossible to get into, like something like Fortress or something. So I just, it sounds like a really well designed game that if I ever had the time to maybe look into it, I would. Right now, I don't. I don't. But everything I've heard about Factorio, it's a fantastic, fascinating game that definitely warrants a study. Multiple studies, for that matter. I'm actually going to reset Fresco because it's being weird. Fresco's being weird, and I don't know if it's my computer or not, so we're going to try refreshing it to see if I can fix some memory. Uh-huh. Well, that's the thing. It should ultimately be an option. I don't mind it. I don't mind it if you're like, okay, I played the game enough, I can start doing PvP because you want more challenge. That's fair. That's fucking fair. Don't make it, though. You don't get that experience until you've played through the game at least once with someone or not. Damn it. That's my whole thing. Is like, even if you play it with somebody, you still don't know what you're doing. Doesn't mean you can now engage with fucking invasions, because now all you're playing against is people who know how to deal with groups of people. And if you don't know what to do about people who know how to deal with groups of people, you're not gonna suddenly win just because there's two of you. Because Dark Souls games are busted. Anyways, we don't gotta get on that. You know what? That makes me happy. That makes me happy with that. I might do more details on the necromorph now. Make it the thing that I'm trying to capture with a necromorph is that they're still very human shaped, just fucked up. I really like that effect. I don't know why line art is something I've really. I say this every time, and I'm just like, it's just something that I've really internalized. It was the first good art I ever made was a contour line art that a teacher looked at and went, Isaac, did you draw that? And I went, yeah, I did, I guess. We learned about contour line art in elementary school, and then I did like a contour line art piece that got really good recognition, and they were like, Jesus, Isaac, and I was like, what? I mean, they obviously say Jesus because this is the 90s, but they went, geez, Isaac, this is really good. And I went, is it? I didn't know I could make anything good. Nobody has ever given me the impression that I could do anything good, so okay. Was the first time I really got an impression that I could do anything right. Now I feel like I can do most things right. Ooh, that necromorph looks really good now. Holy shit. It's crazy what a couple lines can do. I just don't know how I know that's where what the lines are supposed to do. That's always my thing. Is like, I don't know. I just put the lines there. It just works. Ooh, yeah, that looks good. Ooh, that looks really good. Ooh, that looks really good. I wasn't sure what to do with the eyes, and I'm glad I decided to do that with the eyes. Oh, come on, pen. Just don't do this to me now. Working for so long. Okay. Working for so long, buddy. Yeah, that looks quite good. That looks really, really good. Estoy cansado, Jeffy. Why are we talking about Jeffy? Not Jeffy. Get out of here, Jeffy. Alright, triangle face. How do I add details to your head? What's interesting is he doesn't really have any details. He just has kind of a texture. Just rusty and gross. I'm tired, boss. Took you long enough. Kept you waiting. Yeah, I guess he has like a weird window thing on his thing. He's got like something there. Yeah, that looks more like triangle face. That looks more like triangle face. Yeah, I really like how this collage is coming along. Can't believe he made it in an aspect ratio of 1 to 1. Can't use this as a desktop. Wow. Yeah, I guess you can't, can you? Said the thing? Oh, I said the thing. That thing. Yeah. What's funny is I did play that game. I don't know if I'm ever going to stream that game now. I have a video of me playing it and having a really bad time, but also not because the game was giving me a bad time, but because I was having a bad time. Like in real life, I was having a bad time. That video comes out in the era of Isaac is having a bad time. It's a part of that era. Uh-huh. I have exactly one video of me playing it on YouTube. I was having a pretty bad time. But again, because I was having a bad time. And also because I was having a combination of some pretty shit luck and also making some really bad mistakes and not understanding how the game works. There is a portion of that game where you just kind of don't understand what is and is not stealth. Take it easy, Comfy. Probably be going for a little bit longer. Probably call it here soon, too. Yeah. Shoot, close Pyramid Skull's head. Head is open. Close your face, Pyramid Hat. Close your face, Pyramid Hat. Triangle face, your head is showing. You want to know the irony here is I have 3 characters with weird shaped heads from as the antagonists from 3 of the games, of which have very normal shaped heads, except for the one game that has a very normal shaped head for the antagonist, and the main character has a freakazoid shaped head. That's very funny. I did not plan that. I did not. Ugh. And one door. And exactly one door. Oh, almost done with the line art, though. Which, damn, I actually feel like, just in general, like, even though I didn't start the coloring, like, gotten way faster at line art, man. Go Bango, I just get it done, man. Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, no. Tail is shaped like that. Oh, no. The tail is shaped like that. Thinking out loud. Oh boy, I have kind of a plan on how to draw this, but ugh, very tedious. I say as though if I didn't just accepted that tedious art is something not only that I do a lot of, but that I just gotta do it. Granted, it's getting later and near the end of what would be the day stream, so doing something more tedious is a little bit more. Ugh. It's more. Ugh. Don't want to do it. Do it, Pen. I believe in you. You're so close. Almost done, I promise. Now I just have to do a rib here. Yeah, kind of like that. Oh, that looks cool. Main part is this has to have holes in it. Bottom part is a little bit more consistent shape. A little bit of ribbing, but this is why I have that fucking mask under there. This is gonna suck, because I have to do this 1,000 times. Hey. This part might actually not suck as bad, because it's a little bit more uniform at least, and I can exaggerate it a little more. It's so weird that that seems to help. I shouldn't say that, because anytime I make statements like that, it breaks. It's so weird that that gets it to work, computer. Oh, it's so weird, huh? Well, how about it just not work anyways? Okay. I didn't need you to... That's fine. That's okay. I guess. Never mind. That's just the computer saying, know your place. Shut your mouth, know your place. Okay, computer. I'm sorry. God, that looks good, though. Tail looks much better, too. God damn. Yeah, doing that with the tail makes way more sense for the Xenomorph, too, because now you can tell it's the Xenomorph's tail. I don't know if you could tell it was before, but you can definitely now say for certain that that's the Xenomorph's tail, and not just a weird random tentacle from out of nowhere. God damn, that looks so good. There it goes. Just need to this a little bit. That was too overlapped. Yeah, that came out really, really good, honestly. It helps give it a little bit more roundness, too. Love it. Looks so good. It looks so good. I love it. It makes me happy. It makes me happy. It makes me happy how good this is coming out. The render I'm excited and terrified of, though, because I feel like I almost am just like, well, here's a colorless version, because I'm like, so much of this that you see, the render is gonna... I've got ideas for the render, I'll put it that way. In which you might not see almost any of this. I just am like, okay, render, all black. No, but it will be very, very... It'll have very, very hard lighting and a lot of darkness. I think. I've got ideas. I got ideas on how I'm gonna render this. But so far, I really like how this has come out. I think for now, add a layer. Happy Halloween! Gotta go to Chiller. Gotta use Chiller, guys. What do 24? Nah, I don't need to do that. We do Happy Halloween. And honestly, if I need to move it again, I'm just gonna pop it into Photoshop. I'm gonna pop it into Photoshop. But for now, this perspective. Okay. Interesting. Actually, perspective. No. No. God damn it. Yeah. And transform. What? Then transform. Unhide this to make sure it's not overlapping. I don't know where I'm gonna stick that. Da, 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 da. You'll make it orange. We'll see. Definitely want that bigger. And we'll make it a weird see if I can change the color of this. Dark orange. I think if I was to do this, I'd have to... Oh, God. Jesus. Do this. Try this first. I mean, this is mainly placeholder if I decide to do this. Halloweenus. Or green. You do a green. Try green. Yeah. Well. There we go. There we go. Happy Halloween. I definitely don't want it to be too much in front. It's either that or we put it like down. This is my problem is like, I don't know where I would put this. Already pretty much at capacity for like screen space is the problem. And anywhere else that it could go, it's just like, ugh. Yeah, it would have to like go up here-ish. This might be something I would have to come back to, because otherwise I'm like, oh, if I don't know where to put that. But that would go there for now, and I still can't read it. Maybe no Happy Halloween. Nobody gets a Happy Halloween from me. The Happy Halloween is the picture you get. Just because I can't figure out how to put Happy Halloween into that. It's hard, man. Yeah, I think next time I would just do like maybe a little bit of touch up on the line art if there's anything that I want to add, but we're definitely ready for render. We're definitely ready for render. This came out great. This is rad. I'm really happy with this. I couldn't have asked for a better composition in a lot of ways, and in a couple of other ways, I'm glad I didn't make it even busier than I could have made it. I could have made it way busier. But for now, that's pretty good. That's really good. I'm really happy with where this has gone, and I can't wait to finish it. I think it's almost there. It's got a little bit more work left in it. I'm glad I decided to turn the Necromorph's head, and I actually think I did a really good job of the changes that I made to it. Really worried about it because out of all those designs, it's kind of one of the designs I struggle with the most. The biggest thing that I've just done better, is I feel like I've gotten really into adding just really good minute details into things. My minute details have gotten much, much, much better. Like, I used to not do really tiny details like that, or textures. Like, textures, I always felt like were just a lot of work that I didn't really know and wasn't really confident in doing, and shapes were hard. I just liked to get the general idea of stuff. I didn't really like to work into a piece, so I feel like I've really turned around on that. I've really turned around on my ability to, like, get in there and get that fine brush detail and a lot more stuff. Hot damn. This has come out great. This has come out great. Everything looks way better. Way better. Way good. Looks good. It looks dope. It looks dope. You really tell what's going on. Hope you can tell what's going on. I still like the detail that I got Amanda Ripley to rest on my fucking head. Then I'll add... I have a plan for the candlelight. The reason why I haven't lined out the candlelight is I actually am not... I'm not going to utilize the line for the candle. I'm going to utilize something different since it's a light source. I'm going to try not to outline. I don't think outlining it is the right call for me. Oh my god. Hey, that might explain something. Sorry, I just clicked on something that caught my eye. The thing that caught my eye was Alien Isolation devs watched Alien, and I clicked on it, and the title is Alien Isolation devs watched Alien movie 4 times a day for years. Well, you know what? You can't say they didn't do their fucking research. They fucking did. I won't lie. They did yeah. 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 4 times a day sounds pretty right for how good the Xenomorph came out in that game, so... Clap, clap. Criticisms I gave are still in understanding that they still did a good fucking job, man. They still did a real good fucking job. Alright. Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to start closing out the stream. You know what that means? Before the end of every stream, you guys are going to help me out. How do you help me out, you ask? Quite simple. I'm going to open up Bing Create, which is an image generator, and anything that you guys type into chat, I'll utilize as a reference for the prompt used to generate the image. It could be anything. It can be non sequitur. It can be topical. Doesn't matter to me. And I'll show that image at the end of the stream before we raid. So let me open up Bing. And to get it started, palling around with all my favorite guys. Palling around with all my favorite guys. And I feel like last time I didn't like this. I'll be a little bit more careful. I'll be a little bit more careful. I have an idea. But yeah, this picture came out really good. Came out really good so far. Really happy with it. I fixed the door. God, I fixed the door. Granted, I probably could fix the door even more. I'm noticing that it's still a little bit off-center, but you know what? Fuck it. I fixed the door. I'm gonna use Galade's excuse. I'm gonna use Comfy's excuse. It's horror, so the door don't gotta be perfect. It's uncanny. It's spooky door. I probably should have done a little bit more angle, but eh. It's fine. It's fine. Probably could go in, make the line, and then futz with the perspective even more, but eh. What I really should have done is drawn a flat door straight on, and then perspective skewed it. God. You learn a little bit more every time. More ideas. Get them next time. Palling around with all my favorite guys from all of the following places. My favorite guys from Dead Space, Alien, Signalis, and Silent Hill, while carving jack-o'-lanterns and laughing at skeletons. All right. How mad are you gonna be? How mad is this gonna be? I wonder how mad this is gonna be. It seems to be taking it. Alright, so stick around for that. I also do a bit of a closing bit. We do raid after every stream, so that way the Daywalkers in the chat can keep watching. Just everybody else out there, make sure to go unlock your doors and windows, because it's no longer lunchtime for Daywalkers. And thank you for joining, everybody. Hope you had a good time and you enjoyed the show. If you're able to join the live show, thank you for stopping by and chatting and watching. If you're watching this in the future, thank you for taking the time to go and back and rewatching the VOD. We appreciate it. If you're out there and you enjoyed this and you want to see more of what we're up to, I recommend scrolling down below and following or clicking any of the links. There's a link to an Instagram, a Facebook, a Twitter, and a Discord. We post when we go live on any one of those platforms, as well as anything else that we're up to. And just generally, you can come hang out with the rest of the community there. Good time on the Discord. Speaking of which, a shout out to our community there and everyone who follows. You guys are a wonderful audience and we appreciate you. If we do anything particularly entertaining or noteworthy, feel free to clip it and share it on the internet. Just make sure to also hashtag it with MCCanary or link it back to the stream so people can find more good stuff we do here. And as always, if you want to see the stream grow, you gotta let people know. Glad people are talking about the stream more, and I encourage you guys to do it. It really does help out, and it means a lot to me that you're willing to do that, and it's super cool. I'm glad you think we're cool enough to talk about. So talk about the stream with the people. Talk about people with the stream. Talk about the stream with people. Do it. And as always, a huge thank you to Mo Trimp and all of our supporters on Patreon and Twitch. Your generosity allows us to expand the stream as well as take on more projects, and the stream would not be made possible without viewers like you. So we thank you. If you want to see your name added to this list, as well as a couple other benefits you could get, you could always subscribe directly on Twitch or check out the Patreon page here. It'll show you everything that you can get, and any amount is always appreciated. Once again, thank you. And thank you to mods do a wonderful job holding back the robot army and preventing becoming famous. Just thanks for hanging out, everybody. I hope you had a good time. I'll get you through housekeeping and get you on your way. Check out the rest of my friends in Goblin Entertainment. That's all my friends' channels and everything that they've done and have been up to, so you can find everything in there for them, and you can find the rest of my stuff here. I have my own link tree that has everything that I post to, such as a VOD channel for the Twitch, as well as a YouTube for my own videos, an ArtStation for my art, and a SoundCloud for my music. So go check everybody out. Goblin Entertainment. Alright. Stick around. We'll be heading over to Prin. Printers is playing more Liza P. Go ahead. Say hi to her. She's a good gal. So, take it easy. Everybody have a great afternoon. I'll be back later. And remember... Yeah! Just gotta get in there and get in there. Just gotta get in there and you just gotta get in there. You gotta learn that sometimes art is easy if you just take the pen in your hand and keep scribbling. I love this for a lot of reasons because, well, no, this gets close. This gets close. Why does that skeleton have a gun? Why does that skeleton have a gun? I have to send this one to Sean. I have to send these all to Sean. I think he would love all of these. I think he would love all of these. Why does that skeleton have a gun? Is that supposed to be James Sunderland? James. Buddy. So sorry. Oh. I like this one a lot. Really good.